Good morning, loves. Hey, Lord Pizza, Noodles, Backseat Chair, my girl, Miss Stacy. Lucas, you're here. Tommy. Luby's here. She's so cute. Let's see, who else is here? Making changes. Hi, Tammy. Hi, Calypso. Tar Heel for life. All right, you guys have been busy this morning already. Look at that. I haven't been that busy. Sup? Sup? It's been a great morning. I'm actually having a good time. I actually got up and did my hair. Like, what? So what's we talking about? What's the word? I said it was a great morning. That's not even a song. And we're not gonna get dinged because we don't get paid. Natalie. Natalie, are you at home again, or are you going back down there today? Yeah, funeral. That's not fun. I'm sorry, Calypso. Hey, Solly. You're at home currently. Well, stop talking about the color of my hair, Lucas. Then you wouldn't have your door kicked in. Okay. I told you I was calling the cops. Like, it was rude. Who does that? Plus, I'm the Little Mermaid, don't you know? Nope, did not. Liam was up at 3:30 this morning, Noodle, or at 2:30 this morning, Noodle. Sorry. He was wide awake and was happy to be awake. And Mommy said, "Shut your face." Mommy said, "No, Liam, we're not." He's like, no sleep. I'm like, "No, we're going to sleep." Good morning, Cheryl. I said, "We're going back to sleep. It's 2:30 in the morning. Mommy's going back to sleep." So I gave him his iPad like a horrible mother that I am. And I put him back to bed and I went to bed. So I woke up at 6:30 and got their stuff done real quick. And was like, you know what? I'm going to do my hair. I did some makeup. I haven't even finished it. I think I did like just the basics. I don't even have mascara on, you guys. It's like a deadly sin around here. Yeah, Tommy, that actually used to be the thing with Kool-Aid. We also used to, when I was a kid, we would use lemon juice in our hair. Okay, I was making calls at 6 a.m. because I had something important to say, and nobody was answering their phone. How about that? My girls were not there for me this morning when I called, but it's okay. It was early. Oh, I curl it. I usually curl mine with a what do you call it? It's not even a curling iron. I use the beach waver because it twists itself up and then turks itself off. You said no. Way too early. Well, you act like you were up all night the other night. Yeah, sudden though was horrible, Stacy. Oh my god, it was so horrible for your hair. It would make your hair orange. Lemon at least made it lighter. At least in Florida with the summer heat here. So, hey, Standing Stones, how are ya? So yeah, now I use the L'Oreal. Everything's my fault. I know. I'm used to it, girl. I'm used to it. Oh my god, baby oil. My cousin. Okay, first of all, I will not use baby oil because this girl right here is really white Irish, like the white girl. And I don't tan. I will become the color of my hair if I go out with baby oil. But my cousin used to do it. She loved putting baby oil all over herself when she went out to the sun or to tan out in our yard because she lived with us. So I know that. Hi, Sharon. Sharon creates. How are ya? I can't talk today. My mouth's all. Oh yeah. Here's the thing, and I told Natalie this the other day, and she probably laughs at. She still laughed at me. I said I'm from Florida, and I don't like the beach because I hate sand and I hate salt. So salt water sucks, and I hate sand, and I can't tan anyway. So what's the beach for me? That's why I stay in Central Florida. If you see me at the beach, it is probably because a family member forced me to go. I don't do beaches. I did get a new bathing suit. It's $5 bathing suit. And you know what? I put it on and my husband said it looked great. I'm proud of it. It fit perfectly. And I just go to the pool. My neighbor has a pool, so we just go to her house. And it's actually shaded as well. Come down and visit, Stacy. Y'all, you can go to the beach all you want to. I'll take you. I'll drop you off. I'm a beach. I'm a bitch for sure. A shaded pool. That's right. The trees over she got the bird cage screened in porch over it, and all the trees fly over it. So we enjoy it. My sister has a pool too, so we can go to her house as well. A ramp, no ladder. Like the you mean like the beach pools almost, where they would they make it like a when you're walking into a beach. Those are kind of cool. Well, at least it was Kelly's roast beef. I mean, you stealing my food now? I don't get it. Get off of me, dog. Where did I put my stuff today? I'm all like discombobulated. I know, Natalie. I was just teasing you. Oh, there we go. I'm not discombobulated anymore. My dog is. All right, court's on. Amy, I can't unmute it. It won't let me.
Yes, please.
There should be 1 minute more.
Okay, thank you. What? You absolutely did not. Come on.
All rise, jurors, take your seats. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present, are 18 jurors present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Thank you. Everyone said no.
All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Ms. Gianetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. Will be accompanied by court officers who will direct you. And the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. There are some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Gianetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the three front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, in the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn, the distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus, to stand next to it, to size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes, all right? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues. That you'll keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank
All
you.
rise, please. Jurors, follow me.
Goodbye.
Who wants to come up? Let's have a chit chat. I'll put the link in the. Who wants to come up? Let's have a chit chat. You guys hear me twice? Can you hear me twice? There we go. I'll put the link in there. Man. Knick knack, paddywhack.
What's up? That sucks.
Yeah, she does. If you want to come up, you guys, thanks, hate. If you guys want to come up, just hit the link and it'll show me that you're in the do the little put your name in. Make sure you hit
Hold on. I'm trying to...
want your camera on.
Ah,
There's my Lucas. And if you don't want your camera on, hit camera off, then hit enter studio, and I will see you pop up. We could have everybody come up and have fun. There we go. We got some. There we go. What we got going on? I'm just trying to see where everybody's at so far. So, what you think, Lucas? What's on your mind?
Don't ask me that. Ask me what I heard that I don't like.
okay, Lucas. What have you heard that you don't like?
Well, he's mad at me because I got the cops to his house. They kicked his door down.
Bitch, I had some explaining to do.
You
Honestly,
swatted Lucas?
I told him I was going to swat him. I told him
No,
online
it's
I was going to swat him.
worse than swatting. Right. seriously, not surprised at what Brennan said, although I didn't catch all of it because he was really quiet. But when Yannetti was going on about the videos and photos can sometimes be deceiving, I don't want to hear that. You know, I want to make my own mind up without being led or influenced. And then what Nikki said about Bev coming on and, no, hang on a minute, I've got something to say. I'm going to influence you
She
and
always
orchestrate
does.
you and manipulate you just a little bit more. And this is
Yeah.
how it is. And, you know, it's a bit like talking to children when they're 3 or 4 years old and you're telling them not to put the hand near the hot stove because it will burn them, you know.
Oh my god, my
and-
daughter did that.
Yeah.
I had to bring her to the emergency room. Yeah.
Maybe
I did that
maybe-
once after and I had kids. So
Yeah, well, it's just common sense. Kids don't know, you know, they don't know, but when you
Correct.
teach them, they do know.
well, my
Maybe
kids
I'm,
learned quickly with my 3rd-degree burns because we had a gas stove and for some reason I wasn't thinking. I had just cooked dinner on it and went and grabbed the thing to pick it up and wipe it underneath it, and I grabbed it with my hand. And yeah, they learned
All right,
quick.
Lucas. So go ahead. What else you got? What were you saying? Sorry, we
Um,
just interrupted you.
I was just going to say, maybe I'm being a little bit judgmental today. So if I'm coming across like that, please forgive me.
I mean, you were very judgmental, but you sang to me. You serenaded me, so I'll allow it.
Yeah, but I'm
That
trying to
wasn't
get,
him. He told you it wasn't him.
I'm trying to get in your pants, Nikki.
Oh,
So
Jesus
it was
Christ, Lucas.
actually,
I'm taken,
Kelly.
so
it was me.
Oh, it was you. So you lied?
It was me.
Is that what
It
you're
wasn't
saying?
it was
it wasn't
him.
the Pope. It wasn't the Pope. Yeah.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't the new pope. He said it's a new pope, Nikki.
Yeah.
More. Let me see. What is her name?
Lucas, you have a very beautiful voice too, by the way. Can I just tell you?
Thank you. And I can say what the hell I like because I'm 3,000 miles away. And if your fella wants to bust my jaw, then he's got a long way to travel.
You can cross the pond. I don't know. At this rate, I've been with him for.
He did.
I mean,
I had
we
to
worked
pers-
together for like 7 months, and then now he was my boss at the same time too. So, and he wasn't. Listen, people, he was my boyfriend before he was my boss. So everybody, chill out. But yeah, he's ready to kill me now. So he's sending me back home Sunday. So I'll be back in Massachusetts and New Hampshire
Yes.
Sunday. So he'll probably pay you, Lucas, to take me. At this
How
rate.
much? How much?
He'd probably pay more to take all of us.
Because the word is, Nikki, that you're very high maintenance. So I want a shitload of money.
Who said that? If I could only guess, did you have a talk with him yesterday?
No, it's written on X. Somebody posted it on X and said Nikki's
They
very high
did?
maintenance. She'll cost you an arm and a leg.
No, well,
In fact,
yeah.
before you take Nikki out on a date, you better ring your bank manager first.
Yeah, I'm a big fucking That's what I'm about. I'm about the money. Take that to the bank, bitches. Dude, I'm sleeping in a camper. Okay, fuck off right now. Seriously.
Anyway,
I
I had
my
to
own
buy-
money, bitches.
what did you think about what was just said in court?
So
You want to know what the one thing I hated? Nobody mentioned the curve. There's a
yeah,
curve
but
in the
they'll
road.
see it. They'll see it, and it's not like a huge, wicked, huge curve kill either. But it is
No.
a curve. It's a
Still a
curve enough
curve.
that if she was backing up, going 25 miles an hour, being buzzed or whatever she said, it would cause her probably to hit the fucking.
If
The fire
I was
hydrant.
backing up sober, I would end up in the yard.
Well, of course, that's you though.
Like that's why I always say there's a curve there because that's the first thing I notice. Because I
Yeah,
am
the
not.
camper is beautiful, dog mom. I agree.
And it was snowing.
And it was snowing. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
And there was an invisible Jeep in the way.
Semantics, Lucas. Semantics.
Mhm.
The invisible Jeep will get you every time. I swear.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love the
but
invisible
also
Jeep.
an invisible Jeep that only 3 people saw.
Oh, Jay.
Huh? 3 people.
Oh yeah, only Matt McCabe. Oh no, Actually, Brian Albert and his wife saw it too, apparently. But nobody else saw it there.
I thought the first ones are right because Higgins was the first one there.
Right.
I thought.
Hey,
Brian
can I
Albert-
stop you both? Can I pause you both right now for 1 second?
Okay.
Can we all wish Mrs. Reed a very happy birthday today?
Yes.
Happy birthday, Mrs.
birthday,
Reed.
Mrs.
We love
Reed.
you. Yeah.
Many happy returns.
We
Yeah.
love you very much,
Miss
and we
the-
know
the
it's gonna
very-
be here.
The very poised, very beautiful Mrs. Reed. She looks like she's like 39.
She is my she's who I want to be when I grow up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Honestly.
Yeah,
So,
it is her birthday. And it was our beautiful bestie Estie's birthday yesterday.
yes. Estie's birthday was yesterday. My cat is opening the hallway door.
She had a wonderful birthday yesterday.
She
Few
is
of us
so
talked to her.
Estie is just the most genuine,
She is.
beautiful person inside and out.
She
really
has
is.
a heart of gold.
I've never because you
And
see
she,
you can sometimes see really pretty girls like she's so super pretty that
she
just
is.
not matching from the inside. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
she truly matches both. And
Inside and out.
I love her to death. I would,
Yeah, you could be gorgeous, but you could be a shitbag too, and
Yeah.
it takes away from your prettiness.
yeah. She is
Looks
compassionate.
fade, character and heart doesn't.
She I mean, she know if I have a hard day and she sees it, she can mess with me and tell me I love you.
Jesus, I
So-
feel like I'm living in your house, Kelly. I got some type of, it's like a crow, like a Texas crow looking at me, and he's squawking.
My birds are singing, but I blame my husband for that.
Yeah.
Because don't shut up now because they didn't.
Steve and I will have a talk later.
He sits at the dining room table and he'll play other cockatiels on YouTube, so that they will start to sing. And I'm like, now they won't shut up. Now it's just me listening to them all day. Thanks. Good.
All right, so back
All right,
back to what you got to say before I interrupted you.
I have the video too. Go ahead, Lucas. What were you going to say?
Oh my god, this is so fucking
Right,
funny. She's
sorry.
hysterical.
Train of thought. You see, this is why Nick is so distracting. You're talking about something and you just completely go off at a tangent. And we should get married because that it wouldn't be much difference, would it? I was talking about the Jeep. Wasn't Higgins the first one to arrive? Therefore, Brian
He was.
Albert. Well, okay, if we're including Higgins, Brian Albert, his wife, and then who else arrived after
Jim
that?
McCabe and Matt McCabe.
Were they the next ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then there were the kids in the house.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
But none of
Colin.
them saw it.
So I'm thinking a lot more. I'm not
Even
suggesting.
when Julie Nagel went outside to see her.
Yeah,
butt,
yeah. But the
and he
Jeep
was
wasn't
still
there
there.
because
wasn't there.
Ryan Nagel and his girlfriend and his passenger all said there was no
No Jeep.
Jeep there. All they saw was Karen's SUV. So I'm
Mhm.
thinking only the ones arriving would be the ones who testified that they saw Higgins's Jeep. I mean, that really gets me. That really confuses me because unless he wasn't there, unless he was somewhere else, why would you say a vehicle was there when it wasn't? What is the point of that? And
Listen,
why?
it came from Jem McCabe and Matt McCabe, so there was ulterior motive on that. They're trying to set up the scene.
Yeah, but you're trying to put Higgins at the house. And if his car wasn't there, Higgins wasn't there. Where was he? And what are they trying to cover up? If in that scenario that was what happened, I can't work it out.
That his Jeep was actually in Kelleher's driveway.
No, let's not start that rumor.
No, that's actually what somebody it was Dreamfeed Media did a whole study thing on it and like the points and like the GPS points and all that stuff with phones and things like that, and it made sense.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying she did a whole study
Listen,
on.
Kelly, settle down, okay? I know you got worked up this morning, but settle down.
I can't help it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're not nice to me.
All right, let's
right.
play this video because this is hysterical. I was literally waking my boyfriend up laughing at this. Unmute.
I'll start over. But I got to do it without being on the thing because I don't want to show pages. So
Yeah.
unmute, add the stage. All right. Everybody ready?
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Jurors, it's going to be a half day today. A half day. I know we have a lot of half days. I can't see outside. I think it's nice out. My cousin's a psychic. She told me. And tomorrow we're going to have another half day. And we have a field trip. We're going to go to Feline's and Jordan Marsh. I'm just kidding. We're going to a site. So pack your little lunches. Make sure that you wrap your drink up in tin foil. All right. And if you have any little nips or anything you want to take, you don't want a clear glass like this. You want to disguise it. And there's always one little fucker in the back of the bus who's smoking a bowl or giving little Brian a wedgie. So I want you on your best behavior. Okay, we were supposed to have more witnesses today. These fuckers keep doing whatever the hell they want. So, all right. Thank you. Remember the instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't look on social media, especially not Medium Maureen Hancock. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early.
She's fantastic. I know she's anti-Karen, but she's funny shit.
But she's anti-Karen, but she still seems to.
She nails it every time.
Like she made fun of Brian Jr. just now. You know what I mean? So
These little fuckers. I love it.
giving Brian Jr. a wedgie.
And I remember the tin can in the old can of soda.
Yeah, you don't want to have a clear glass like this. You want to disguise it.
Yeah.
She looks
Yeah.
like her too. Like it's not. I mean, it's so like spot on. It's scary.
she is.
Like,
She's so great.
Elated.
It's always that little fucker in the back smoking a bowl. Giving little Brian a wedgie.
That's freaking funny. But yeah, so back to the Jeep. They said that they so no one else saw it. It was just Jen McCabe, Matt, Brian, Nicole, and Higgins. That's it.
Go figure.
Yeah. There was nowhere else to be found. And then he didn't leave until after. So actually he said he left at 12:30, right?
Yeah.
He's
I
on
think-
video. He's on video at the police station at like 12:30 or 12:40, right? So if he left at 12:30, how did he miss her even hitting him
Correct.
at 12:31, 12:32?
Correct.
Things aren't adding up, peoples.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I personally though, I'm one to break my SIM card in half and throw it on a dumpster and base just in case. You know, I have lots of works.
Just throw it in the microwave.
Sort of the microwave.
Throw it in the
Listen,
microwave for 30
you-
seconds.
You know you can't throw in the microwave is pop.
But what I
strudels.
also did is I didn't remember that you can just reset your phone to factory settings and take that SIM card out so it's no longer in there.
and then
and-
snap it.
Snap the SIM card, keep the phone, and change your phone number that way. It's a lot easier. Lot less
No,
lots less expensive.
no,
No?
no. SIM cards have surface-mounted chips, right?
See, Lucas, look at the comments. See, Lord Pissa, that's my boyfriend. He said, "Good luck, Lucas. I try every day."
What's that? Who's your boyfriend?
Lord Pissa.
Lord Pissa.
Lord Pisser. Lord Pisser, your girlfriend makes a fucking great breakfast. Honestly. What was I saying? Kelly,
SIM cards.
Kelly, right.
This.
This is a bit technical, but on a
That's why-
circuit
Why we
on a,
have you.
on a circuit board, the chips that are mounted on top of a circuit board, they're called surface mounts, and they're just soldered to the tracks on the circuit board.
Okay.
If you break the circuit board, there's a good chance that chip can still be removed and that data on that chip can still be accessed. Now, this is an extreme scenario because usually when you snap a SIM card, nobody's going to bother to go to them lengths. But it's possible to take the chip and
What the
get the
fuck,
data
babe?
off the chip. So you put it in the microwave, so you fry the chip. So even if they do find a way of getting it off the circuit board and accessing whatever they can, there's no chance they can get the data, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So Lord Pisso says high maintenance question mark. That's for the lower end.
He's such a loser.
Has he,
You,
Nikki, has he filed for bankruptcy yet?
not yet. Coming,
Oh,
it's getting
well,
close.
that's coming. That's coming, isn't it? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did anybody so Miss O'Keefe? I know we really
Right,
didn't
Amy?
talk about it,
Right.
but did
I have a
anybody
toaster now.
like
Go ahead.
I watched Turtle Boy last night, and I like his take because he seems to grab things that I don't notice, but Lawyer, does too. A couple other people do, like Carl does.
Carl does. Carl's spot on. I
Carl-
love listening to Carl.
Brother counsel, he's good at catching things. Like, I mean, they're lawyers, so they have to really be. They have to be able to listen and work at other things at the same time because they have to be able to call it out. But Turtle Boy said, and when he played it on Turtle Club, I was like, I didn't recognize, I didn't notice that. So when Hank asked her, he said, "Tell me about John," and all she could say was he was a cop. And then he said, "Well, tell me about John other than being a
No, the
cop."
law doesn't need to come up. He's at work. He's busy being Mr. VP. So
And he's an important person now.
yeah, Mr. Vice President.
So the Lord. So I can't talk now. So what was I saying again? Oh, he said Hank said, well, tell us about who John was as a person outside of that. And she said, oh, he he adopted the kids, took them on vacations. That's all she really had to say about him. Oh, he likes sports. She didn't really say anything about him.
Right.
And you've had 46 years with your son. What Turtle Boy said is he said, you asked me about my son. He went off on a 5-minute tangent about his 7-year-old. And he's like, I've only known him 7 years. Like, could you imagine if 46 years? I could tell you guys, I could sit here all day and tell you guys about Caleb, Connor, Olivia, Liam, and Declan, and all kinds of different stuff. You guys would want to leave after that because I love them. That's my life. I'm their mother. I've given up everything for my kids. And so the fact that all she could say was that he liked sports, he adopted the kids and took them on vacation. Well, guess who else is in those vacation pictures? Not just him and the kids.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
One little girl named Karen in there.
Yep.
And then like the worst things, like honestly, those text messages, when you read them, he seemed very dismissive to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been said a lot.
And so,
and that's in all honesty, like, I mean, their relationship wasn't great. It's obvious to see,
The fee today, $75 for the defense fund for Janet Reed turning 75.
Well, I
I can't.
I got $750. I can donate.
I cannot do 75.
I just donated on the 12-hour Glare Live, so
I always have to do the smaller amounts. I can't do the big
Crickets.
ones. But yeah, there's just a.
But yes, please go over and donate if you can. Any amount helps.
Let me find
even if it's $5, $10 to the defense fund, please.
Let me go there.
Kelly,
you have to donate $3. I'm doing the website now. You have to donate at least $3 for it to work.
I'll donate 10 today, or 20. That's 75.
There's
I
no
cannot.
link, guys, for the defense fund. Anything amount helps. Everything helps.
I need money to drink at the airport Sunday. Because, us moms are big
Jay,
lushers,
that's right. Jay. Although Peg Leg,
Queef.
when listing everyone that takes care of the kids, she did not mention Karen, who took care of them more than anyone. No, all they
Exactly.
mentioned was that the reason he got mad at her was because she took the kids to get their nails done or to get fancy, or she bought gifts for them or things like that. Like,
Don't forget the Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee.
Yeah, she took him to Dunkin' for breakfast. You
Yeah.
can't like that either.
speaking
The
of which,
nerve. The
right now.
absolute nerve.
Wow.
Seriously, like, how dare
Can
you?
what a shithead she is, right? I mean,
Well,
oh,
come on, you've got to look at it. You've got to look at it objectively, but subjectively. You girls, as mothers, will understand how much
yeah, Nikki's
your
airport
kids,
fund.
you know,
Right.
your kids mean everything to you, and she's lost 2 kids.
Right.
And Karen,
Right. And of course, you
Karen
got to feel bad because she has been
Karen
through the
took
ringer.
Karen took him to Fairview
Yeah.
and then left him.
And then left him. Yeah. You just
You
left
left
him?
him
Yeah. He's in his 40s. Yeah. He's an adult. And he's with his friends. So we thought.
He would have driven him or taken a ride with somebody else if she didn't take him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to guess, but had Karen gone with him, he wouldn't have died.
And yeah, I think that he'd still be here if she was in there.
Mhm.
But like even Amy and I were talking about it one time, and it's like she was saying, I can't remember how. Like, Amy, you'll probably have to justify this, but when we were hanging out like the last time, she was like, Nikki, that'd be like me, like bringing you to Kim and dropping you off, something happening to you, and then me being guilty for it. You know what I mean? Like it just.
Yeah,
Because we were talking about the juror. Yeah, we were talking about the jurors being like, oh, well, she dropped them off, so she's guilty.
the only way that could happen like that is for a wrongful death suit, like personal civil suit. They can find her. They can, even if she's found not guilty, they could find her responsible for a wrongful death suit because she dropped him off.
Yeah.
But
I feel bad for Kate. Hey, I do feel bad for her. Like it broke my heart with her, and those are real tears. That's real tears. That's what real tears look like. So take note, Jen McCabe, Carrie, whoever's gonna, get up in there and start giving the crocodile tears.
I felt horrible for Peg. I mean, as a mother,
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
not feel horrible for her.
I
Like,
mean, a parent shouldn't bury even one child, let alone 2.
Mhm.
So, but however, you think it would humble her a little bit. I mean, she's here flipping cameras off with alcohol in her hand, and like, is she just classy kitten?
I agree, Jay. I agree. The laughing, the joking, and then the crying. I mean, but if you notice, she cried when they brought up Kristen. She didn't cry when they brought up John.
No, she did. She definitely
When
did.
she saw the picture, she did, I think, but I don't think she actually was. It wasn't like it was with Kristen's name.
I can't agree with Jay. I thought it was. I didn't think it was fake.
It wasn't fake.
I don't think it was contrived at all.
No, that was real emotion. That right there is real emotion, and the fact that she was still, emotional as she was. You could hear it that she was getting ready to break. But like Allie McCabe, and Carrie, yeah, they were like, and they wiped nothing. They're wiping nothing, and then they're like, okay, so yeah. Anyways, it's like you don't snap out of it that quick.
Friend, and I loved him.
He was my friend, and I was in shock and horror.
Okay, I didn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was in shock and horror.
So Carrie was in a lot of shock and horror this week too, huh? Seemed like to me.
Yeah,
I was
when they were like,
I don't remember.
She cracked me up when he was like, so you lied. And
timeline of what Jen told you to say.
Yeah.
She didn't stick to the timeline. She kind of screwed it up there a little bit.
No, I think Jackson did a really good job of putting us straight on a lot of things. And there's many questions raised when, you start lying and you've got to continue lying. It just raises more questions than it gives answers. So, she's dug that hole for herself. She's going to have to jump in it now.
I agree with you.
No, exactly, Susie.
I mean, I deal with it by laughing all the time. I know that, but
I
I
just think she's a little bit wretched.
I
And the
also
people
wouldn't
she
do it
surrounds
in
herself
court.
around with.
Like if I was in
She
court,
doesn't act her age. Let's just put it that way. My mother doesn't act like that.
if I was in
You
court for my son's murder, and I was on
Amy,
the
could you
stand,
imagine Nana acting like that? Oh my God.
I would never tell jokes like that on the stand if I was there for my son's murder trial. Second, so I would be serious to make sure that I told, who my kid was and how much I loved my child. And the jokes
Right.
kind of like when they asked about Patrick, she said, "Oh, he gives me a run for my money." Okay, well, what child doesn't? I mean,
Right,
I have
exactly.
all boys, like all mine. I have besides Olivia, my stepdaughter, which we don't say that here. She's mine. I just didn't give birth to her. Besides her, and she's a tomboy. All them kids give me a run for my money.
Yeah,
Declan, we're
exactly.
Hmm.
It's just a part of being a parent, really.
I think the humor. I mean, that's psychological. A lot of people use humor as
Oh,
a
I
shield.
do. I was just saying. We were just talking about this
Yeah.
yesterday and the day before. Like that's like I rather laugh. I don't know who it was I was telling, but I think it might have been Minion. But I'm like, look, I laugh and I make jokes. Yeah, it might be trauma laughing or trauma jokes, but I'm still funny. And Lord, shut up! Don't say anything. But I mean, I like to make jokes. I like to laugh and have fun. I don't like to, like this world's too nasty to be.
1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Just don't make
Serious.
jokes about Kelly's hair because you get your fucking door kicked in by the feds.
Don't say it again. It's gonna happen again tonight. Keep it up, boy.
Oh God, please don't. I had to leave. No more extensions.
Yeah. That was some good shit though that Kelly was showing off yesterday.
Yeah, her
Yeah.
tinsel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed intrigued. Are you gonna go out and get some?
Oh no, I can't.
Come on, Lucas.
I can't get into that. No. I'd have no room for it anyway because the spare bedroom's full of blow up dolls. And I've also got some blow up sheet with wool in all the right places. You know what I'm saying?
Do you? Hey, can I ask you a question? Do you got rubber sheets in your house?
Sheets.
Don't
Rubber
talk
sheets?
about what is rubber sheets, right? The only thing I know about rubber sheets is when you've got kids that are incontinent, you put rubber sheets on the bed. And that's all I know about rubber sheets. What's this rubber sheet business about? Is it an American thing?
I don't know anything about rubber sheets. I just know what I've been told. Okay.
No, well, she shows me a picture of rubber mouth Cameron Diaz, who I don't like.
It's
right,
it's one of us mods was enticed with rubber sheets, and that's all that has to be said, or
Yeah, but
tried to
what
be
is it?
enticed.
What is it? What does it mean?
It's just grossness. It's not AM talk, Lucas. You got to think
Let's just
outside the
say-
box. Come on, love.
Is
It's
this something?
like taking like painter's plastic almost and wrapping it around your mattress.
It's an inside
Imagine what
joke.
that could be used for.
Yeah, the rubber sheets. Yeah,
For massaging, lots
and the
of
dirty duster.
What? So you mean the oil based lubricant doesn't get everywhere and spoil it all?
Apparently, yes. Like I
If
said,
you were-
I don't know because I've never used them.
I'm honestly trying to. I'm not being
Oh,
obtuse on
God.
purpose. I'm trying to work out what this is.
We'll
Can't you
talk
tell?
about. Hey, we'll talk about it in the chat, okay?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Discuss
Not
it
on
off
Amy's live.
It sounds like it's going to be an education, whatever it is.
Oh, you are welcome ahead of time. Just
Right.
FYI, you are welcome. Yeah.
It's like a Dexter setup, Stacy said.
And the dirty duster. Delivering pizza.
Like Dexter setting up where he's gonna like do all his cutting up. That's funny.
I'm fucking dead. I can't, Amy.
What's
Thinking
what's it?
what you guys
What's it got to do with Cameron Diaz?
I don't know what Cameron Diaz has to do with it.
Well,
Sometimes I don't know what Nikki says. Okay, random stuff happens. to
no,
come out
Nikki,
of her mouth.
Nikki
random
posted a
stuff.
picture of Cameron Diaz, and I said something like "rubber-faced slapper from Dumpsterville."
No,
And then-
I said Amy and I were up. Sorry, you have excuses. Amy and I were up till like 2 and 3 in the morning talking because we had quite the day the day before. We were just like
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
We
right,
were
yeah.
aggravated.
Yeah.
And you said I didn't get any videos, and that's why I sent Cameron Diaz dancing. I said, "Yeah, here you go."
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
and
"Cameron
in your
Diaz."
place, I'm gonna play replace of you dancing. That's what it was. Okay.
I don't even know one movie that she's ever been in that I like.
Oh my God, everything. She's in The Sweetest Thing, which is one of my favorites.
Oh, the
Tequila
Sweetest Thing
Sunrise.
Lost with You. That's my favorite movie ever.
Mine too.
Are you
Love it. She's
serious?
in
Oh
The
my
Other
God.
Woman.
No one ever hears of it. I feel
Dude,
like
that's that was
watched
me. That was like me, my girlfriend, and my other two girlfriends, because one was a redhead, and I was the blonder one, and then we had a brunette.
movie montage.
Yeah.
I
So
love it.
bajiggity.
I love that movie. I
You
love
and
it.
the puppy.
Because of that movie, I have a ringtone on my phone.
I love the Lord, and I just watched The Other Woman the other night.
I
You
think,
ready to do?
I think it's on my phone still. Let me see. I changed my ringtone. Actually, I had it on recently about that.
Okay, so what's happening today? Who's the witness that's getting called today? Does anybody know?
Some
Didn't-
doctor.
Didn't Hank say it was Doctor began with W, I think.
Dr.
Whiteley or Whitley or Whitlaw or
Wellesley?
I'm not sure. It was one of his.
Let me find. I'll find the X. I'll find the witness list.
Isn't it one of his witnesses that's? He's not an expert, but he's going to be testifying about something that's
Amy.
expert. I'm not really sure.
You can't sit with us.
Let me look up. Sleuthy Goosey has it, and she's been marking off the witnesses as they.
Sleuthy is the bomb
Awesome.
giggity.
Yeah, she's really good.
She
I was looking at her
is
today. She marked off
amazing
witnesses
with a
as
capital
they
A.
testify. So
Yeah, she is the maze balls, the Miss
Yeah.
Sleuthy Goosey. Oh,
witness.
speaking of, not goose, but the Lord called me, woke me up from my nap, and he had ducks, like what were they? Endangered, like ducks that were found in Texas, and he saved one from the dog, the feral. Look, he's not. Well, he is feral. He's just like the shop dog. He lives like kind of at the shop.
It's
and
not
he saved
Dr.
one from
Wolf,
his.
is it?
No, is it?
That's the only W doctor he has on his list,
Who?
on Commonwealth's list.
I could be wrong about the W.
Okay.
The W.
Because see, I'll show you this.
W. How do you say it? W.
W. No, we say W.
The
W.
Wabba.
The what?
The Wabba.
I don't even know what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to take the piss out of your accent and say it wrong.
I don't
All
have
right,
an accent. So, oh, it is Dr. Wolf.
Here-
Dr.
No,
Wolf today?
Dr. Wolf is Arca. Rensler
No,
and
no,
Wolf
they
are
have a
Arca.
wolf too. He's the neurosurgeon guy.
Oh, God, I almost got excited. Oh, Lord.
Zeke Wolf.
Whiffin. Is it Whiffin?
But we have,
Whiffen,
he's
that's
not a
it.
doctor.
It's Dr. Whiffen.
He's not a doctor.
No,
No.
Whiffin's the
Whiffen will be up there way too long. This is supposed
He-
to be a short.
He's a software developer.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a short. It's supposed to be a half day. So when they get back from the view, and then everything happens. So
Right.
it's got to. If it's Dr. Wolf, but I don't know.
It won't be Dr. Wolf.
Not our Dr. Wolf.
No, it didn't sound like Wolf. If it had said Dr. Wolf, I would have thought Arca, and that would have stuck out in my mind.
Oh, my God, I'm so excited about Garrett, too. He's
Well,
gonna be
don't
awesome.
get your hopes up yet, because in that
It's
in
the
that
blood
motion-
alcohol. Mark.
in that motion, she gave the option for them to renew that before he testifies and have a
Right.
1 year. So he might not be able to to do it. So
Just looking at them names. None
Oh
of them
yeah,
ring a bell.
yes, it's the doctor that is going to testify for her blood alcohol levels.
That's
okay.
It's
Yeah,
extrapolated.
yeah.
It's extrapolated. It's no fucking good.
Extrapolating.
They're not really a doctor. They're like a
I'm a doctor, not a pool man.
a scientist type of person. Let me see.
I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
Hey, you know what's red? It hurts your teeth.
A
What?
brick. I read
A
that.
brick. A
So
brick.
shut
Now
the-
shut the
yeah.
fuck up.
So let me
Yeah.
see.
No, it's cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see
Do you want to
here.
hear? Do you want to hear a dirty English joke?
Always, Lucas. You know that.
Right. Two prostitutes stood on a street corner.
Well,
One
we
says
call them night workers. We don't call them the P word here. Okay, go ahead.
two night workers.
Two ladies of the night.
Is it Gary Fowler?
No.
Or yeah, because
Ooh, that-
he's from Good Samaritan Hospital.
That sounds.
And
Yeah,
then there's
that's.
Dr. Rice, who was the ER surgeon from Good Samaritan.
Yeah, it could be Fowler.
It sounds close to what you were saying.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'd have to go back and look. I'm probably totally wrong about the W. The wubba blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so what's the joke, Lucas?
Right.
ahead.
So there's two night workers stood on a street corner.
Yeah.
One says to the other, "Have you ever been picked up by the fuzz?" The other one says, "No, but I've been swung round by my tits a few times." In
why is it
England,
going really slow?
in England, the fuzz is a slang name for the police.
Police, yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I'm aware.
Right. Aware.
Pick-
I'm aware.
Nikki knows everything, guys.
I do. No, Kelly, you know everything. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
I do not. Shut your face. Look who popped up. Amy, tell Nikki stop picking on me.
Nikki,
Nope.
stop picking on her. No. Listen, someone just in chat, JLR is at 34 Fairview right now, live streaming.
Shut
Is
the
he?
front
If
door.
that is true, he's going to get arrested.
He is gonna get, I hope he gets lit up by that. You know, state
And-
police are over there.
And
Yeah.
Amy, this was said in another channel on Monday, and it was
He is
complete
such a
bullshit.
whack job.
He is crazy.
He was in another part of the country covering another trial, and people were saying, "Oh, he's outside the court," and blah blah blah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he is so in, like, he goes around the world and he exploits missing children, and he will be boots on the ground. We've heard that a time or two.
Not is he live on
And-
YouTube? He's not live on.
He'll be live on YouTube with his cell phone, walking around, and he'll like watch the investigation and retrace steps that the
Yeah,
police
go
said
ahead,
that they
Dog Mom.
did, and all
Oh,
of
give-
this stuff.
give Mike a
And
link.
there was a little boy in, I think, Tennessee. I forget his name. Riley. He was
Oh, yeah,
downtown
Riley Strain.
Memphis. Riley Strain. Thank you, honey.
Mhm.
And he went missing, kind of like these stories you hear about the happy face killers. College kids just
Mhm.
go missing and end up in the water. Well, he went down there and time after time after time nearly got arrested. He was running like a high school kid away from police, like jumping fences type
Yeah.
of thing,
He's-
and then would
he's
go back.
unwell. Let's just put it that
He
way.
is so
Unwell.
mentally ill. But listen, mental illness, how many excuses do you give someone before it becomes inexcusable? Right?
Girl, preach.
We all know that fucking
Preach.
firsthand.
Well,
So-
here's-
Right, preach.
I looked on X and I looked on YouTube. He's not live on either one.
Okay.
So maybe
well,
he got arrested.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
he's-
I
Hold
wouldn't
on.
put any.
Hold on, wait a minute. It says just be careful. He really is live at 34 Fairview right now.
Yeah,
But
right.
where at?
I
You
mean,
know
we're
what-
not down at 34
On
Fairview. I have a
Facebook,
hard
maybe
time that he wouldn't be able to get to 34. Yeah,
Right,
JLR
exactly.
needs McLean Hospital. Ain't that a fucking fact, Spacey?
Yeah, he needs rubber sheets and rubber walls.
And the dirty duster. and
and
the dirty duster.
I dare say they'd let them get away with it when the jury's not there, like half an hour before or half an hour afterwards. But you know what Judge Beth said to the jurors in court? So if anybody makes any video or anything like that while the jurors are around, they're going to get arrested.
Yeah.
exactly.
I don't see JLR live either. Alessi, can you pop up and share the screen? Because I don't see him live right now either. I just popped on because I saw her thing. I don't doubt that he is, because he's that man, right? Me and Tar Heel. Me and Tar Heel are mods on other channels that are not Free Karen Reed, and JLR is a thorn in people's behind. Okay.
Hey, I would be careful putting anything, if he is live, to put anything up though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I just want the link to see, because I can't find it.
Yeah.
I've looked on YouTube.
Alessi's girl. He was showing. Never mind. Okay.
False start. It's okay. It's okay, Alessi's girl. We love you.
Girl, we all make that mistake. Trust me.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
You're forgiven. Because he would be that guy, though. I believe you fucking wholeheartedly.
Mom,
can you put the link in the chat?
If anyone wants to come up, just click on that. Click on the link, and you can come, everybody. I gotta go though. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hey, Mac.
There's a link. You guys can click on. Everybody can come up.
What's that, Mac?
I got a question. So Ted Daniels is there, and he said you can be 100 feet away. Is that everyone or just media?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought
Maybe
I was
media.
under the impression no media.
That's
Ted
what I
Daniels
heard,
is there,
too.
and he posted pictures of the Canton police, and there's like a traffic sign, and fucking he showed the house from like 100 feet away. He said that was Bev's order in the court thing.
Oh, maybe like once the jurors get there, he can't film, but he could probably
He
film.
said they're on their way or something.
Yeah,
So he's there before.
Because it's a They,
So there's no way they're letting that fucking lunatic out there.
No, exactly.
38 minutes ago, he just said, Ted Daniels said, "Good morning. I will be listening to day 4 of testimony in the Karen Reed trial from the road as I head to pick my daughter up at college. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on here next week."
Yeah.
You didn't see the other pictures of him there?
No.
Did he delete them?
Not
I mean,
on
I'm not
his
making.
page, not on his X page, at least.
I mean, I know I just saw it. Hold on, let me see if I can screenshot it.
I mean, he might have been recording. For like his thing.
No, because even people commented like, "Oh, this is the first time I've seen the house. Like the yard's so small and all that."
Oh my god, it's tiny. Like it's literally. It looks so big. People think it's so big, and it's not. It's not. It's literally like. Yeah. The house is like 20 feet from where John's body was. 25 feet.
I wonder if he was supposed to be there.
Maybe not.
You guys, I have to show you something.
Teddy, can you stop biting me? That'd be great. I love you.
Do you see this picture? Did you guys see it? No, here we go. Ready? Up on there. See this? This is Miss Reed.
Oh my god, she's so beautiful.
Is she not gorgeous?
She is beautiful.
I'm like,
now I know where Karen gets her pretty from.
Oh my gosh! Like,
yeah,
I saw that and I was like, oh my goodness! Like, she's beautiful. I had to reshare it.
She's wicked pretty, Amy. Teddy, stop it. Lay down.
I mean, I think she's beautiful now too, even at 75 years and old and being.
She does not look 75
at all. And the fact that honestly, like, stress.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that,
oh, sorry guys, it's Jonathan Hall from Seven News.
Okay. Let me look.
What's all? Listen, guys, come on. We need to get our facts straight before we come up. Mark, Alessi's girl. This is enough. Enough.
It's a fucking news station media. What's it matter?
Leave him alone.
I don't care who it is. I'm just telling you, there's fucking people there, and they're.
What's the?
Down. I'm kidding.
I'm driving around too.
Who is it, Mark?
Yeah, we know. We saw you and your dip.
Jonathan Hall, 7 News.
Okay.
He's a turd.
He is a turd.
I knew I saw it. I'm like, where the fuck?
You're
Yeah,
like,
he's got the
Danielle,
Canton Police and one of
what
the.
on there? I don't know what to say.
Mark,
like I
Mark's
said,
spreading misinformation. Everybody relax.
Yeah, you can edit that, clip it. They're all the same to me. It doesn't matter.
They are too. They all produce the same
I
work.
don't
Except for
mind Ted as
Ted's
much. though.
Yeah, Ted's
Ted's-
a bit better, but
Yeah, Ted's good, but
Like, I can't take Christina Rex.
oh my god, don't even get me started on Christina. Do you know? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to go there. Never mind.
She makes me crazy.
Yeah.
All right, where did it go?
it's
John
not this
House-
shit. I got a screenshot if you don't believe me.
I got it right here.
Fucking pouring all day. Look,
It's nice and sunny here.
out in Weston.
So they have her car, right? Like, see, honestly, though, I know it's not a steep curve, Nikki, but you can see the difference.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like if it's not a steep curve. It's not a big curve, but she would back it right into.
And she would have hit the mailbox and the invisible.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Oh,
here's the-
she would have rode up on the. She probably, if she hit him, she would have rode up. She wouldn't have stayed off of the curb. She would have rode up on the lawn. I mean, going 25 miles an hour in reverse. Stop it.
Yeah.
I
Not
don't
a-
actually.
Turtle
Sorry,
Boy couldn't even get to that when he tried.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I was just about to say that.
Exactly. Yeah.
It'd be extremely hard to floor it in reverse at that speed.
The way
Right.
he made it sound is she hit it at 75 miles or 75% of the pedal, let her tires spin, and then let it like jolt backwards 70 feet.
All you got to drill home is you can't get hit in the arm, do a pirouette, and go fucking 25, 30 feet. It's not
With
happening.
no bruising.
It's not happening. It's,
With no bruising. Go. So
I
John was
don't
a
care
bionic
How
man.
much she had to drink, I don't care what comments she's made or anything. Like the facts show, the medical facts show he wasn't hit by a vehicle.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The
John wasn't the bad Terminator cop. He wasn't made of metal.
injuries he had in his head to his brain and the different fractures he had, like those things are not caused by just hitting your head right here. Like
Unless it's girl, you're good, honey. We were just messing with you. It happens. We do that stuff all the time.
Also, like,
don't
John-
even forget that.
John's not tiny. Like, he was 6'2", whatever, 220.
Exactly.
He was drinking all fucking day, so he wasn't feeling anything. If you're not going 30 feet, you're just not.
But apparently, like,
No.
what did Pedro? I didn't hear this, but did he make it? Did Hank say that she hit him? He was still stood up 20 seconds, hit her,
Yeah.
read her text, and then fell.
Yeah, he's just trying to put the dots together with all the timeline, and it's not going to work.
Right.
Like he is the incredible man. If he stayed up for 20 seconds, checked his text
Yeah.
message.
And then-
Nothing. It's not like everybody says. It's not just one incident. It's all the red flags put together. You know what I mean? It's the not finding any tail light in the first
Yeah.
search, but they found a piece of glass. Like they found the shattered glass, clear.
And they
shattered
found his
glass.
phone perfectly in the grass. Like, yeah, okay, you wouldn't have saw tail light.
Exactly. Exactly.
How did you miss the?
Or size 14 shoe, whatever it is, size 13 shoe. His black shoe.
Yeah, like how did?
But even that was supposedly put. What did they say? Wasn't the shoe pushed with the plow? They said.
Yeah,
It
they
would've
found
been,
it.
But
They
none
found
of the
it at
taillight
this-
pieces were.
What
Come
do you,
on.
what do you guys call the gutter? You know, the bit of the side of the road where all the rain runs
The
into.
gutter.
You call it the gutter.
We
You
call
call
it.
it
We
the-
call it the. We call
You
it
call
the
it the
gutter.
gutter.
Call it the curb.
Gutter. Curb.
Yeah, we call it the curb.
They,
Yeah.
they found his shoe at the curb where, like you say, the snowplow had made a mound of snow. Apparently, they dug it up
but zero red taillight.
But the weird thing was, they showed the photo of where they found the shoe, and exactly where his shoe was is
The
the
footprint.
only part where they dug up. So they didn't dig all the way around it to find it. They knew exactly where it was before they dug it up. That's what it looks like.
Right.
And one of the tail pieces is on top of the picture, and there's a giant footprint.
And how come none,
Yeah.
not any of the taillights were under snow?
I just think they don't give a fuck because they're all corrupt and they're just like, well, we're going with it. So
I don't think they planned that far ahead, Kelly.
No. Huh?
I don't think they planned that far ahead. I think they just
Yeah.
threw the taillight pieces down and took photos.
Yeah.
Okay, go find them. It's a Easter egg hunt.
Like Mark said, there was a footprint underneath one of the pieces of taillight. How the fuck does that footprint get there?
They just know they're corrupt and they're just gonna say, "Oh, we tried, but you're not getting 12 fucking to say she's guilty."
They'll just explain it like, oh, one of the police officers kicked it accidentally or something like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
But the scary thing is you trust in the jurors. Look at the first one.
That Natalie just sent me pictures of the yard, and that's like the best representation I've seen. Because other pictures of the yard look a lot bigger. And
Yeah, that's by design for the Commonwealth.
Right, exactly. It's
but-
like when you go to an apartment and
Go to visit a house. Yeah,
the
exactly.
picture, yeah, or a house or whatever, and the pictures in the room looks huge, and you walk in, you're like, oh shit. Well, this ain't what I saw.
That's so true. Like when I was looking for a house, we walked into a few and I'm
On
like,
the
"Well,
angle of the picture. Yep.
we're out of here. Like this is tiny.
Yeah, like it's just I'll never forget when I first saw it. I was like, oh my god, that's so tiny lawn. What the fuck?
okay, I will, Natalie. I'm gonna share them let me send them to let me save them and send them to my computer so I can share them for you guys.
These aren't dirty pictures, right?
It's
Not
the
the pictures.
I gotta go
34
mark.
you.
All right, Mark. Love
I gotta
you,
go
bye.
mark some gas. I'll be back
All right,
later.
later.
Bye, Lucas.
Catch you later, Mark.
Catch you later, Mark.
Catch you on the flip side.
We wouldn't even say that in my part of the world. We'd
I know
just
you
say,
wouldn't.
Aye.
And
You're right, I'm off. Aye.
See?
Go. I gotta remember what my buddy from the UK said. He called it. Oh God. Hold on, I'm having a moment. I'm trying to remember what he said about smoking a bowl. He said it what you guys say over there. Oh.
What?
Hold on. I'm just you did different talk from like the slangs and stuff you guys have over there. Never mind.
How long is
Sorry.
that?
I'm having a Nikki moment.
I don't even see the point in this, to be honest, because what are they going to see at Fairview that they can't see on a picture or a video? Well, one, they didn't take any video, and they haven't got that many pictures, so I don't know what the point of taking the jury to the scene is.
Right.
What did you say? She said something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There it is. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly, Kim. No one missed a 6'2" man. A man in the snow. No one missed it.
Exactly, yeah. Against the backdrop of the snow, you would see anything that wasn't the same color as the snow.
Right,
wouldn't you?
and it's always lighter out when it snows too at nighttime. Always. So if Jen McCabe was looking out the window the 172 times that she said she did, she would have seen him.
All right. So
And nobody can admit that they saw him, because then the question is, well, why didn't you do anything when you saw the body?
I'm gonna play the Turtle Boy
Right,
reenactment
exactly.
video, but Nikki, can you watch on your phone for Court TV to see if they come back?
Yep.
Because that way I can at least.
Hold on, I gotta find Court TV now.
All right, can you guys see? All right.
Filming or?
I'm filming right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Can you explain what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just roll, and whatever you want to do, I can just edit it.
All right. So we're measuring out 62 feet from where John O'Keefe's body was found forward, because they're saying that's how far Karen Reed came. So his body was found right over there, and then we're gonna see where 62 feet is, and we're gonna try to see if we can reach 24 miles an hour going backwards. Could be a little, we'll see. School bus coming, we gotta be careful, but we'll see what happens.
Great.
This isn't allowing me to watch both, so if somebody in the chat could keep an eye on Court and just let us know.
Someone keep an eye on Court.
Want me to step on it?
Yeah, mind?
Nope. But then I can't follow you then.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. You want to grab the chalk?
I'll get it when I
Okay.
Just a quick thing I just read. Court TV stated a few minutes ago that the jury is back on the bus and they should be coming back into the courtroom in about 20 minutes.
Cool.
So let me see where he's supposed to be. Where am I supposed to be? There we go.
Teddy, stop digging. I got Court TV on my TV right now, so I'll let you know.
In your trunk. It's back here. Sounds like he came home. It's on it. 62. What do you think this is going to demonstrate, Aiden?
Just how ridiculous it is. So keep in mind, Karen Reed, when she got here, she parked over there, dropped him off in the driveway, right? And then she likely brought him over here. Like she pulled over here to like wait for him to text back, because Ryan Nagle was the ender. She wanted to be rude. And then he didn't come for 10 minutes, so she bounced. But they all saw him here, right? So that's why they decided to put the body right here, because that's where Ryan Nagle is. Right? So that's what she was seeing today. So basically, what we're going to try to see is if we can. They said she got to. First of all, why the hell would she pull all the way up there in front of the house?
Right.
So let me what's the theory of it? So John got out of the car right here alive. First of all, she drops him off. Why would she drop him off here instead of at the driveway, like a normal human being?
Right.
John's gonna get out here, walk all the way diagonally across the lawn. Makes no sense, right?
And if she pulled ahead, like I heard you say the other night, right in front of that ring camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell her.
Right. So see this guy's over here like this. So there's see up there. That's 62 feet. So this is where John O'Keefe was found, right here. His body was found, and they said that Karen Reed came from 62 feet back at 24 miles an hour in reverse and banged him somehow, ended up on here. So this is 62 feet. We're gonna mark it off right here. All right. Cool. All right. And that's where 62 feet is. See my car up there? Where the chalk mark is, that's 62 feet.
Right by your back tire.
Right. So we're gonna say, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can go 24 miles an hour in reverse by the time I reach that point right there. And that's crazy. 24 miles an hour.
And you're gonna have to keep going to slow down.
Oh,
So
she ran him over too. And then Gemma Cave looked out the window. I guess they were all just sitting at one of those windows. And Gemma Cave looks out the window. And by the way, see that gate back there?
yeah, the gate.
That's where they blocked the body out.
Yeah.
So the Ford Edge is parked right here. Okay, right where I'm standing right here. Look at that freaking cover. You parked the car right here. No one's seeing it.
Right.
They're not going to see it over there, right? They're
Nope.
not seeing it. That's gonna
It even looked
Got the
big
tree,
with
pulled it over
Richie
there,
recording.
pulled his body, boom, the shortest possible way. They brought it right from the backyard. That's what they did. So we're gonna say, I mean, how absurd is this? So why the hell would she be all the way over there? Let's be lucky in front of 32 Fairview. Why would they do that? That makes no sense whatsoever. You explain that one to me. 32. So she, I mean, what's she just sitting? Like they want us to believe that she's just sitting over there? They're doing what? And then so John got out of the car right here. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna stand right here and let you run me over.
Right.
So it's snowing. The tires, it's gonna make a lot of noise. Tires, right? The snow. Obviously not snow right now, so we can't perfectly. And then she's gonna hit him. Well, he's what? Holding his cocktail glass right here. Why isn't he going in the house?
And how does he end up over there?
Well, he ended up like right here.
Yeah.
So we put
Exactly.
it, like, you know, I'm trying to do it right.
But I mean, even the distance way over here.
yeah,
I mean,
because 12 feet. That's like 12 feet, right? So we
that's
ended
not
up-
even 12. I mean, it's a basketball hoop plus 2. That would be like right here.
Right. So I don't know, man. 12. So maybe it wasn't 12 feet. Maybe they're just saying 12 feet. I don't even know if you can get 12 feet from there. But how the hell did his body get to right there?
Right.
I mean, you explain that to me. So we're gonna see. Like, so this dude just stood here and was like, yeah, come hit me, come hit me. Like, look how far away the car is. You see somebody coming at you in reverse right there? Look at that.
And hearing it.
Time to get away, right?
Oh yeah.
Just like just jump out of the way. You're standing, unless he's what, standing in the middle of the road. Is that what you're saying? And in that case, how did he go to over here, right? Like, so if you're standing right here, and a car comes at you, I say, don't kill her as long.
You're gonna catch that.
Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna do a test out right now.
Okay. Where do you want me to stand? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what I can do.
And not for nothing, why did John just stand there? Well, if Karen was backing up, why did he just stand there?
If you take Clevin's theory,
He was an athletic dude.
So
He would have jumped out of the way.
and plus, it's a V8 engine. It's not like it's quiet. The whole neighborhood would have woke up.
Yeah, Flip's got videos, or I believe, or he was gonna do a video about. Well, I know he did a video about the key cycles. That they're saying this is part of the key cycle bullshit.
1162. Richie, don't stand there, dude.
Yeah, see, you go up on the grass.
On the curb. Yeah, you're on the grass.
Yeah.
No.
And that. You see how scary fast that was?
Your back tire's up. You gotta drive. There you go. How fast did you go? 14. Wow.
14 miles an hour.
I mean, anything I got
Exactly.
13, I'm like scared.
Yeah.
Out of control. at
Yeah.
13.
That looked fast to me too.
How fast? Like really fast?
Coming at me pretty fast. I kind of jump a little bit out of the way.
Yeah.
Right up on it. You can see
Exactly.
your tire mark.
Oh, actually made a tire mark?
Yeah, right here. That's where your tire.
Oh yeah. But there was no tire mark.
Yeah.
She's better at this. She's really good at this.
I mean, it's a 1 in a million shot because there's an
She's
angle.
really
You had to
good.
cut the wheel
It's not-
exactly.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it comes out fast.
Yeah.
How do you? Let me try that again.
Okay.
Karen is actually a
Want to set up the drone? Is that
NASCAR
okay? You're
driver
gonna rush.
No, let's do it.
in
Let's do
her
it.
spare time.
She became her athlete because after she did it,
Yeah. Karen does stunt driving on her spare time, allegedly.
this scares me so bad. Richie, don't get near the road.
All good.
I mean, she would have, even if she put the pedal to the friggin' floor, you can't get to 25 miles an hour from there.
Did he go yet? He's going now.
Get out of there, girl. Boy, girl. That's a busy road.
Someone must have been yelling at us. I'm a mess. What the fuck are you doing? Use your blinker. This is Turtle Boy Noodles trying to test the Commonwealth's second theory of how Karen hit John.
She still went towards the hard.
I'll get back.
How was it?
17. New record. I mean, I can't even, like, I went 2 up on that one, and we'll see. I mean, dude, it gets scary. Like, somebody is like, I couldn't imagine having a person there and doing that. Like, that's fucking, like, it can't be manslaughter. Like, if she did that on purpose, which she didn't, obviously, because you have to be a fucking psycho.
Right.
That's all the time thinking, like, you gotta be fucking psycho to do something like that.
Sure.
So,
And a
you know
good
what?
driver.
I mean, that's 7. That seemed fast.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna come fast enough. I mean,
After she hit them.
fucking reckless in the snow too. Think how loud that would have been.
Yeah, and she would have pulled forward and then do that, and he's just standing here.
And my car can accelerate faster than hers too.
Right.
So we'll see.
And what would he be doing just standing there?
I don't know, I guess he just wants to get hit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a picture of this guy. You want to-
Okay.
Oh, somebody want to take a picture.
All 17. It's fucking scary though. At least I didn't come anywhere near the curb.
No, you did good that time. Do you feel like you could reach that speed if you wanted to in that distance, or is it?
It's like every mile an hour you go above it, you feel it. Like when I went from 13 to 14, I felt I went to 17 there.
Right.
Like I'm like, oh shit, 24, man. I don't know if there's enough time to get to 24. Like it would be foot down on the pedal.
Exactly.
All like it would be so fucking loud. Like the tires would spin. Keep in mind, her car weighs 6,000 pounds. It's 2,000 pounds, probably more than mine. And so that's going to be, the momentum of that, like whatever the fucking math of that is. I think it takes more. It's harder for a car that big to accelerate.
Yep.
And again, he was standing right there. Look at that. So John O'Keefe.
Exactly, Lord. Exactly. She wouldn't have known to just stop at his body. So basically, that's what she said. She threw it in reverse,
This is where-
25 miles an hour, hit him, and immediately stopped, like at his body.
Started.
And then he danced, pirouette, and
The
then
other line.
got
That's where he got hit.
And like Turtle Boy
So
said,
he has to believe
all the they're in the
that
other neighbor's
freaking car.
neighbor's house.
So when, first of all,
Why
it's
would
notice how the road curves?
Never
So I hit
that far up.
the bumper. You guys can see down there the mark. I hit the bumper the first time I did it. I reached 14 miles an hour the first time I did it. I just did it again. I got up to 27. No, apologize. 17 miles an hour. Right? I got up to 17 miles an hour. Now, and then, but 24, man. I mean, when I went from 14 to 17, I was a big jump.
It was the
24,
certified info.
it curves. Like I hit the fucking curve. There's no way. If she, so let me guess. Go stand down there.
Okay.
We're done. So like, just which is John's height, right? Drops him off, right? And then for some reason he stands there in the middle of the snowstorm. He just stands there. And Karen pulls up here. He's all mad. And he wants to go. But I don't know what you're right. Can you just stand right
don't
there?
forget he's got his arm out, posing.
And then done it in reverse. And then
Yep.
the car's coming at
Kelly nailed it, Kelly. He nailed it. Just like that.
somehow, I don't know, doesn't go because no, I didn't say anything about tire mark on the curb. I just made tire mark on the curb. So John is standing right here. The car comes back, and he just doesn't go. Like, why did she drop him off right here? We've been over this. Why did she drop him off right here and not in the driveway, right? And he just stands here, and he's like, "Yeah, just hit me. I feel like dying today." And
Yeah,
then,
just hit me.
again, see this right over here.
But
Look at my tire mark.
here's the other
Yeah.
thing. They say, okay, he's saying
So
drop
Karen,
off there.
hey,
I can't hear you, Kelly.
I'm sorry, I'm coming back. So what's confusing to me about saying that he drops him off there is that Ryan Nagel said that she was in front of him
Right.
at the mailbox because he was parked by the driveway and she was behind him or in front of him, and then she moved up. So
No, it was Donatano. It was and it was Donatano that was driving.
yeah, they said that she was right when they came on the street. She was right in front of them by the mailbox in the invisible Jeep spot, and then she moved. They watched her move forward. So how did she move forward and then back into him and nobody see that?
Correct.
Lucas, what you got? What's your info?
I said that yesterday. I said for what the CW is, their version of events of how it happened, she would have to have been moving forward and reversing repeatedly, multiple times. Right. Anyway, I've done some research. On a Lexus LX500, bear with me on this one. It's a bit technical.
Okay.
It uses a 10-speed direct shift automatic transmission. We're only interested in the reverse gear. The reverse gear ratio is 5.169 and the differential ratio is 2.937. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing right now. However, we're going to take those values and we're going to look at the maximum power output of the engine. Now, it's a diesel engine with a maximum power output of 304 brake horsepower. That's 227 kilowatts in American at 4,000 RPM. Now then, there is a website and it is called the Transmission Ratio RPM Calculator. This is going back to what you were saying, Kelly, about it making a real loud noise. I put those values, what I've just discussed, into the calculator. Given that the tire height, not the size, but the tire height is 33 inches.
30.
33. So, not to bore you senseless, but I'm going to screenshot this and send it you later. Basically, with those gear sizes, with the transmission differential ratio, the engine and the wheel size of 33 inches, the engine would have had to, with a maximum RPM of 4,000, that engine would have had to have been doing 3,600 RPM to reach the speed of 23.29 miles per hour in reverse. So you saying it would have had to have been making a loud noise, it would have been fucking screaming.
Right.
Facts.
Well, and that's I say that because, you know, being a V8, and I saw a video of another Lexus. Nobody posted it like for us, but somebody had showed it of another Lexus, her exact car, and it on a street and just revving the engine and then going forward and then going backwards as well and then coming back around.
Right.
And you could hear it, and not for nothing that yard is so small. There's no way that they didn't hear that screaming of an engine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you would hear a skirt.
Skirt, skirt.
So I'm going to put this in the place where you can all see it. That is the screenshot, and just let me get this.
And Lucas, you pick on us about we're not pronouncing the R's. You don't pronounce T's. Battery.
There is no P in battery.
I know.
I didn't say P. I said T as in Thomas.
Do you know, Kelly? This is just an observation. Tell me if I'm wrong. When women constantly take the piss out of men, it's because they love them.
Yes, you're correct.
Right.
What, did you hear that?
Nikki, I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from.
I do.
But anyway,
there are no
Yeah.
lies in that statement at all.
I've put that in the thing. You know where I mean. If you have a look in the thing, you'll see that, and you'll see the link to the website as well. If you want to copy that and paste it, those values are correct because I've just looked them up.
You mean right now, or you want to wait
No,
until after?
whenever you want it, doesn't matter. It's just
court.
while you were talking about it, I thought let's get some specific official details on this.
Well, and those are also things that my husband has said. My husband's a mechanic. He's also,
Hey, I love Lucas's accent. So
he
just-
rebuilds cars.
Lucas and I have been friends for about 2 years now, and it's just what I do. I pick on him.
Yeah, you're right, Nikki. We don't pronounce our T's. We're well known. Yorkshire people are well known for not pronouncing T's. So
She's yes, but she did say P. I heard that too.
I said T. Dickhead.
No,
T.
I heard P because I literally was like, "There's no P in battery" in my head, and then he said it out loud.
It's battery.
battery.
So I have an idea about these things that I got sent to me yesterday. These Tencel things. I don't mind sending them to other people, but I was thinking of maybe getting them to SD and seeing if somebody up there wants to do like a local fundraiser with them for hair and stuff. Because I have a lot, a lot.
I have a side question for you about that.
Yeah.
You said yesterday that the extensions, you color them to suit whatever you know, to suit your hair.
Right.
Why don't you buy them in the color that you want?
Right?
So I have purchased them twice in the color of my hair. One company I absolutely loved. It was my first ones of clip-in extensions. They were a lot heavier. They're not fit. Like they're the weft is heavy. It's like the regular weft they sew on the extension clips too, and it was very heavy to wear. And so I had those, and I had them for a year. And I got those from Belima, I think it is Belima Extensions, and they are actually created by who's that redheaded wrestler, if you guys remember.
Oh, Eve.
Yeah, they made them. They're her brand, by Belima, and so I bought those, and then I ended up they were kind of they're wearing out, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy another pair from this company on TikTok that I had found that had human hair, because I only wear human hair, and I was like, I'm gonna buy those, and so I ended up
What
buying.
would you wear? Cat hair?
Huh?
Dog hair? What would you wear? Cat hair or dog hair?
Well, no, there's some synthetic extensions that people wear, like people wear synthetic wigs too. So you can barely like use like this. I can style my hair with any curling iron like I do my regular hair. So I actually put it in together with my hair, so it doesn't.
Lucas, can I thank you so much for this topic being brought
I know.
back
I
up?
just wanted to know. So what I did was the next time I bought a pair is I couldn't find them in red anymore. She didn't sell them. I even looked on eBay. Nobody had them. And then one person I found that had them was on Poshmark, and they were used. And I was like, yeah, no, thank you. So
Okay. That's fantastic. Can we move on?
Stop it.
No one cares about your hair.
Question.
We can have this on Feral Friday. Lucas can come on Feral Friday, and we can do this talk Feral Friday.
Question.
All right.
So then I bought the blonde and I dyed them red.
Lucas.
That's why.
Right. Okay. It's just in my mind, me being a man, you know, I'm not very good at thinking because my brains are in my pants. It would just make sense to me to buy the extensions in the color that you want them, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, if I were blonde, I would be able to dye them to match my hair. And I grew up blonde. I went red. This color red for me was a St. Jude, and that's because I was stressed out and I just wanted, I wanted something different. So it was either like make it black or do something different, do red. And so she actually put these red extensions in, and the blonde grabbed it by accident. And then I was like, you know what, just go for it. Put it all red. I mean, I don't care. Let's see what it looks like. Because I was born with redhead. I was born with strawberry blonde hair. So when it grew out as a baby, it had like red ends, and then it was white blonde on the inside. And my mom was like, she regrets because she never took she never cut a piece of it. But I always hated the red color because regular reds washed me out. It felt like, but this gave me confidence. When I put my hair to red,
Noodles, can you come up, please, and change the topic? That'd be great.
Nikki, stop being a brat right now. Right now.
No one cares about your fucking hair.
You're about to be Lucas did. He asked me.
He just asked, why wouldn't you dye it blonde? And you're going into your history of life. Like, enough. Like, we got this. We don't. It's beautiful, Kelly. It is, Natalie. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful.
No,
I'm
to be
sorry,
honest,
Kelly.
I'm
I
just
love
trying-
you.
I'm just trying to get my door kicked in again. That's all.
There she goes. Stop it, Kelly. What a brat.
No, it's whatever you know. It's like Kelly said. It gives you a confidence booster. And
Yeah.
I've
Oh
seen
no,
some.
I love her. I
Thank
love
you.
her
How about
extensions,
that?
but I
Least-
don't want to talk about them for an hour and a half.
Well,
I
no,
don't
I
know.
want
like
to.
we did
Share what
yesterday.
you think.
I want to finish this topic. I really want to finish this topic.
Noodles. Hey.
Despite
we're
Kelly
gonna
calling
have
the
a.
cops on me.
We got 41, 42 duckies. We got a name to do a duck race.
Yes. Let's. You stupid bitch. She muted me. Okay. All right, Kel. I see you, boo. I see you.
Okay, go ahead, Lucas. We got them muted now since they're so rude.
Anyways.
I'm going to get my ass kicked.
Yeah. Thanks, Lucas.
Seriously, you said it's a
What the
confidence
fuck?
booster where I know a
She-
lot of
isn't
I
she
know
a
a lot
bitch,
of women.
Noodles? That's what I'm
I
talking
can't
about.
hear Lucas. Be nice, Nikki.
How
I
do
know
we
a lot-
mute? How do
I
we
know a
mute
lot of
Kelly?
women with
I
blue
know,
hair,
right?
with
We got
green hair,
duckies to talk about.
with snot coloured hair, with shit coloured hair. I know a lot of
Snot
women
face.
with different coloured hair. So
Drop
you know,
Dead,
Kelly's
Drop
is
Dead
not that
Fred was
bad.
my favorite movie, by the way. So when you said
Kelly's
snot,
is not bad at all. And you know, it's where most women for a confidence booster would go out and get silicone implants. Kelly just changes the color of her hair. I mean, it's nice and easy, isn't it?
That's
And
that's not a lie. If my sister will,
Jay.
she will say, "This is
Lucas,
like,
you're making her heart pound. Stop it.
stop it. You guys stop right now. Aiden,
Quack, quack.
put them all in timeout. Please. Kids don't mean to me.
Can we say, Lucas, sing a song about Kelly's extensions for the world? Do it. Kelly's extensions.
No, I can't sing a song about extension. If you said penis extension, I'd sing a song about like a Ferrari or something. I don't know.
Okay, sing a Ferrari song. Well, I'll take a penis song any day. Go ahead.
A Ferrari song.
Yeah.
We design nice cars. We like to lose because we're shit.
They are shit too. Oh god. Somebody who knows the auto body business, they are shit. They're super expensive and they are put together like Fisher Price.
They're not. They look gorgeous. I mean, like the
They
F40. The F40 is absolutely beautiful. Or even a is it a 328? The Magnum PI. You know the TV show Magnum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that a Ferrari 328? I don't know. If it's a 328, then absolutely gorgeous.
I don't know.
Love it.
My husband would know. I could ask him. I don't know what it was. I know it's a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay, Noodles. Ducks.
we know how to piss Nikki off now, Kelly. We just talk about hair.
About my hair. God.
No, you just talk about unnecessary bullshit. That's what pisses Nikki off.
You talk about unnecessary bullshit too all the time. So stop.
No, it's interesting because I don't know fuck all about
Not
hair
yet.
extensions.
I have it on my phone.
Okay, then we can do a different live. This is supposed to be Karen Reed. This is why people are here for Karen Reed. This is the talk time with Extension and Kelly.
Look, Calypso says she enjoyed my conversation about my hair.
Oh my God, Calypso, stop! I love
No,
you,
you're
Calypso.
just wrong. Everybody doesn't disagree with you. He asked
Jay,
me a question.
Jay, come on, hook a sister up here.
Jay, you better watch what you do, boy. That's all I got to say.
Oh, we've got another one. Look, Kelly, I love hearing you talk about your hair.
I can't.
Look.
You guys are gonna call me and start
Kelly
drinking.
is like a
Over here
hybrid
at 10.
Ariel meets Rapunzel. Free Kelly, that's right. See, look, Lucas. He's so nice. He loves talking about my hair.
Look, I love hair, like I do, and I love hair talk, and I watch hair videos, and I watch fucking makeup tutorials. But this
Hey,
is
I
what-
bet I got a
about-
duck that's got pink hair for Kelly.
Oh, see, now okay, that was a great. What do they call that? Great insert to a new topic. What do they call that there?
Combo changer.
Yeah.
That's not the word either. What do they call
Great
it, girls?
redirect. Okay, Noodles. Let's name these ducks. Name the
Kelly.
ducks. Name the ducks. Name
Kelly,
the
do you
ducks.
still have the all them pictures I sent you of the ducks?
Girl, do you know how far those are back in our messages?
Oh my God, you're right.
Do you want me to resend them to you?
Yeah, because
Free Kelly. I'm making a video and posting it on X tonight.
You've got to call one of them Donald.
Well, we were gonna name them after people in the case.
What did I call the brown one? Noodles. What did I call them?
Bounce, kick, and blow.
Oh God.
That's funny, Jay, that you posted that because I posted a video last night and it's Donnie from New Kids on the Block,
Donnie.
Salt and Peppa on stage, and he's singing the rap portion, and I'm like, if you don't know every word to this rap portion, you can be
Right?
friends. Like, you need to know this.
NKOTB. Whoop, whoop.
Donnie got better looking the older he got, though.
Please don't go.
I like him the older he is. Like,
Donnie is Marky Mark's brother, isn't he?
Yes.
Donnie Wahlberg.
Donnie is his own person, okay, Lucas? We do not compare him to his brother
Why?
because that's not nice. He came out before Marky Mark.
In the UK, everybody knows who Mark Wahlberg is. But if you said Donnie Wahlberg, you'd have to be of a certain age.
You'd have to say New Kids on the Block.
NK.
Is that the band he was in?
Actually, I was just telling my husband, my cousin was such a big fan of NKOTB, and I actually said it to her too. I remember her entire bedroom walls were covered. You could not.
And
see.
not for nothing, we breed legends here.
I'm not gonna lie. Boston's
Legends.
got some.
Affleck.
Joking.
I mean, legends.
Yes,
Mark
I believe
Wahlberg.
Mark is younger than
New
Donnie.
Kids on the Block. Hell, even what's her name?
my
Elizabeth.
God.
Elizabeth. Oh God,
That was Natalie.
the blonde girl that was the corresponder in the. My God, why can't I think of it? The singing movies with Anna Kendrick. Pitch Perfect.
I'm like, what are you talking
Elizabeth,
about?
Elizabeth Banks. She's from Boston.
Oh, okay.
Like, we breed legends. Legends.
Legends. Elvis Presley, Marilyn Monroe, Little Richard, Johnny Cash.
I was a Joey McIntyre fan of New Kids on the Block when I was younger. As I've grown to adult phase, I'm more of a Donnie because Donnie has gotten better looking as he aged. Now, I did see a video the other day of Jordan, and he got dad bod. And it's a little scary. Especially when they dance the way they do.
Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, love me some Bruce. The boss. It's the boss. So, Standing Stone says he knew Joey McIntyre's family. Apparently, Amy is a Mark fan. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Marky Mark.
Marky Mark.
Yeah. I do actually like Mark Wahlberg as an actor. I'll watch any movie with him in it.
He is
did
great.
one-
Yeah. He's a lot
did
better as
one-
an actor than he is a singer, honestly.
He did one that was released not so long ago called, is it Family Plan? With Michelle Monaghan. And that was a really good, fun movie. I love that one.
Yeah. I like. Sorry, you guys hear that snorting? I'm sorry. My dog is sneezing.
I thought
If
that
you
was salt and pepper.
It's my dog is sneezing right now. It's okay.
Yeah, the excuses Kelly makes when she's farting.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Can you say that again, Lucas?
Why?
just the word farting.
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 No, Noodles.
Women
Noodles-
don't fart, they flatulate.
Okay.
You don't sweat either. We glisten.
That's right. That's right, girl. Can you stop looking
Noodles,
me
do
too?
you want me to show the ducks now, or do you want me to wait until court's over? Because it'll be probably over at like lunchtime or a couple.
Well, you can give them a quick peek at the ducks.
Well, I have
Yeah.
to.
one of the videos shows all the ducks.
Yeah, show all the ducks. We gotta name them.
So I got the video that shows all 42 ducks, and then I sent you pictures of the ones that Andrew and I already named.
Okay. Hold on, I got
So we
to go
got
back.
Colin did it, Turtle Boy, Glazed Donuts for O'Queef.
All right, ready? Here's
got
I'll
Karen.
I'll show the video because
And we got Paul O'Keefe. Or John O'Keefe.
Ready? Set, go.
Alma, yeah, Jay, the Alma Nove. Yeah, I loved Alma. She was the best.
So these are all the ducks that we are going to name, and we're going to have
Where's the Jill Daniels duck? The one that I named.
Oh my gosh.
Now you gotta show the ones that were already named. Turtle Boy, Colin.
All right, let me find it. Are these them?
No, it's in an individual picture.
All right, hold on.
Come on, Kelly, get together.
Well, I have to remove it so I'm not showing all of Facebook.
Yeah, it's an individual picture of just those ducks. So there's Turtle Boy duck, there's
Oh, yeah, in the
duck.
line, there's like 7 of them or 6 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. No, you guys, stop. The cat is not your chew toy. Stop it. Okay, so that's PB.
No.
All right. Oh, wrong one. Stop. Stop. It's not very fun for me right now.
Stop. Drop.
I was gonna start shut up because I was like, I'm not gonna mess up the words.
Did you find the right one?
I had it up. I don't know what happened. To
Oh,
it.
Lulu. Lulu says, my grandson is yelling, ducks at the TV.
Ducks on the TV. There's ducks. All right.
Dave, I had the Impossible Burger from there, and it was actually wicked good. I can't even lie. I'm a wicked burger lover, and I was like, screw it, I'm gonna try it. And it tasted like meat. It was so weird.
I don't know why it's not letting me show all of them. Hold on, I'm just gonna download it.
No, there's an actual picture with a single picture with like 7 of them lined up.
No, she has them in a pile.
No, let me go look in mine. Jesus Christ.
And it's not my fault. What am I doing? All right, let me remove this. Noodles, didn't you sent me a pile of them?
I just sent you the one again that is the ones lined up with all the names already.
Okay, that's what but they're separate pictures, right?
No, I just sent you the group picture of it. Of the
I didn't
ones
get a
that-
picture before. I only had was the Turtle Boy one, and it had like ones behind it. I didn't get this one before.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, I sent
No,
like 30 of it.
Not on my end, I didn't. I'm sorry.
I sent like 30 of them at a time.
There we go. Turtle Boy, Colin did it, Paul O'Keefe, Karen, and John.
And Karen's can change now because that was supposed to be done before Easter.
Yeah, it was supposed to be done a while ago.
So that's why Karen's got the Easter bunnies.
Noodles, I'm a little disappointed that my Jill Daniels one didn't make the cut, but that's fine.
Well, I didn't.
Whoa.
This was before we
It's okay, we're
you even
fighting.
said
It's
that.
fine.
if you weren't so mean to people, people might.
Because I didn't even put. poopy
I'm not
Proctor
mean
on
to
it
people.
either.
I'm just very honest, Kelly. And that's not being mean. That's called,
You're being mean to me today.
okay, settle down there,
Nikki's
Tammy.
not being mean.
Shut
Thank
your
you.
face, Noodles.
Thank you, Noodles. Even
I got your
Jimmy
back.
was like, be nice to Nikki. She's a good friend.
I got
Uncle
your
Jen
back.
said that. Thank you, girl.
That was so. That was. Oh, court's back.
So I got two
Yep,
different
court's back
crits.
on. Hold on, court's back on.
Okay, bye.
Come, bye.
Sure, this time instead. Come on, guys. I gotta fix it. I'm sorry, guys.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning. Good morning, Lorna.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
In the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe a patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Caldwell, proceed to introduce in the minutes the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab, a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
Fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yep.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing. And it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And Then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and times. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room. So it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologist will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents. Again, if you could just look at that and look up on your phone. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was
that
it
day.
taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the document?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team,
No,
right?
no,
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
no,
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
yes,
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
correct,
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, doctor. Thank
Okay,
you. I'll
all right.
ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing, how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to that space, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is, when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient's sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, doctor, I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hemat.
Yeah.
If I could just
go
ask
ahead
you
and
a
ask
few-
your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's,
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which,
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't, no.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct,
And all of those results were negative.
correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware, yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Good afternoon, sir.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
department, sorry.
Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate to both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct.
were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he, he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who's in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we were called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask,
Why do you ask those questions?
just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak, hearing their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there.
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
Were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no,
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
I'll allow that. It came in.
So one of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
And remind me, you were in ambulance two? Or,
I was ambulance 2.
got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes.
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment.
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male.
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
I not at the time. I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did. Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
Well, she had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did. So that kind of, in a way, ruled it out. No
Okay.
injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured, or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck.
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma as best you were trained at the time? Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood. I'm
speech.
just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners. when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's
we
what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out. So that's why, we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was, before we started transporting, he was kind of in and out trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
It's a good, yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You're aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there's certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just
Okay.
so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on
Okay.
at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger. I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words, it was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. in a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
Were
I did.
any?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury was before, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details than
Say that
there was
again?
no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Hey, Mr. Brennan?
So when Miss Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Oh,
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection. Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? You
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022,
Yes.
and you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night.
Argument early in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning.
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No,
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
Her last words.
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell the grand jury? So she
Objection.
So I'm
was-
going to see Counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes the last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, you know, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last word to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
May I?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
It was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't, think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't,
That I remember, correct.
but she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right.
outside of that.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start. Why don't you go ahead? So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the board, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Your hair strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarf, it was half